Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. I was just checking the temperature, which is close to 22 degrees. It's actually 21.9. So, once again, very reasonable indoor temperatures, and I'm very happy about that. Um, like, I haven't even really been needing to do much about it. So, uh, yeah, like right now the weather outside is pretty calm. So, that helps a lot. Over there, it's 32 degrees at 4 a.m. That's warm. Have you considered not living in a kind of tropical area? Because that is a lot. So, yeah. I hope that's just an outdoor temperature, not an indoor temperature. But yes. Um, That interesting story about the melon that you bought. I personally tend to know more about pumpkins than melons. They're related, so that's why I'm bringing up both of them. But yeah, like I definitely research plants quite a bit, like looking at what's the original version of like bell peppers, tomatoes, chilies. Like those are also kind of related, and like there's a lot of different plants where if you're analyzing what the plant itself looks like, you can kind of tell that it's related to other plants. So, like the insides of bell peppers and tomatoes, if you compare those, you can see some similarities there in like how the seeds grow and how they attach to the plant, stuff like that. So, yeah, I I'm a bit of a plant nerd. Yes, they're in the nightshade family. Um, but yes, like I've researched stuff like that before, and to me it's quite interesting, and especially with like how many different varieties that have been bred like to this point. Like even with tomatoes, I think there's hundreds of varieties, like all sorts of different colors. I think there are ones that are supposed to stay green when they're ripe. There's ones that go yellow. There's ones that go orange. There's ones that go like purpley black type color. I'm not sure what the official term for it is. Like, I don't know if they call it blue or purple or black. But yeah. No, the lava lamp is not dead. I just haven't switched it on far enough in advance. But yes. You went through a plant and landscaping program in college. That sounds lovely. I personally am just self-taught, so don't have any sort of formal education about plants other than like biology class. But yeah, that was also covering like animals and lots of other living organisms. So yeah. And yes, animals and plants are just some of the living organisms. They're not all of them. So, anyways, yeah, to me, it's just something I tend to end up researching every now and then. And it's also especially fun to me when I, like, in person end up seeing those types of plants that then, like, were bred into other plants that, like, are not really recognizable anymore. So, yes. Like, for example, wild roses, if you look at those and compare them to more modern day roses, I think most people who don't know what wild roses look like wouldn't recognize them as roses. I mean, they have thorns and the shape of the leaves is the same, but the flowers, like, they just look, they're like pink and have one layer of petals and not that impressive looking to most people. But yeah, to me, I really appreciate those flowers. So yeah, like there are plenty of flowers that have now been bred to have so many layers of petals that bees can't even get in there anymore. And I just like the basic ones. So yeah, that's that. Um, yeah, I know. That in science, there's a lot of Latin, especially in biology. Also in, I believe, medicine and law as well. There's quite a bit of Latin that you need to know. So, yeah. Like, at least when I was looking into it, I would have had to, like, prove that I had Latin, which I did. So, yes. And yes, most flowers in store tend not to really have a scent because they don't really breed for that. So, yeah, in a lot of cases, they're just not really bred for wildlife at all. So, scent gets lost along the way, like them being good for pollinators gets lost along the way, and yeah, like plants that grow insanely long stems to where the plant itself is very fragile. There's just a lot of stuff going there where it just gets silly. And I just appreciate wildflowers so much more. So, yeah, that's that. Like over here, of course, tulips are a big thing, understatement. But there are types of tulips where they don't even have the ability to close the flower properly. So in the rain, they tend to just, well, they collect the water inside the flower and they just kind of flop over. So, yeah, you just made flowers that can't even be out in rain. Yeah. It goes a bit far in some cases. But, yeah. Your car battery is dead. I hope you can get that fixed. I'm not sure how easy that sort of problem tends to be to get it fixed. Like I've seen like the stuff with like the starter jumper cables, whatever they're called. Like I've seen that before, but like I personally wouldn't know if like a battery's dead, as in can't be recharged, or if it's just out of charge. So yeah, I wouldn't know where you'd be able to tell the difference. So hope it's not too difficult to fix. But yeah, anyways, let's start up Ultima for today. And yes, I know, tangent about plants, and I'm on the wrong game capture frame. I'll go fix that. Mainly because Tex Murphy just has a weird aspect ratio, but we just finished that yesterday. So, depending on which game we'll switch to, I won't have to constantly switch the frames back and forth anymore. So, there. I mean, currently the aspect ratio is actually correct, but it switches aspect ratio between the screen you just saw and now. So, yes. And yes, I would assume it's going to be more expensive if the battery's dead. So, yeah, you can notice that.
You have been a thorn in my side for far too long, Avatar. Your two worlds will be crushed. Britannia first, then Earth. I shall parade you before their conquered peoples as the fallen idol of a pathetic ideal. I banish you to the world of Pagan. No one here knows of the Avatar.
There we go. I just don't want to skip the intro. They clearly put a lot of effort into it. I don't know if there are any other major cutscenes similar to this one at any point in the game, and this one just had a lot of effort put into it. That's all. And yes, I think I've read before that roses are related to apples, but if you look at like wild roses compared to the flowers on apple trees. I feel like you can kind of see it. Like, it's difficult to describe, but yeah. If you spend a fair amount of time with plants, at least in my experience, you start noticing certain similarities. Like, I won't necessarily be able to describe how they're similar exactly, but I just see it. So I think, yeah, we do have the airwalk focus. The thing last time was, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to get the whatever it's called. Am I going to have the entire conversation again? Because I already got the item.
My child, you have returned to me.
Yeah, so it does know that I've had the conversation before. Because now I can immediately go, I must have the Breath of Wind. So I do have a feeling I'll need it later. I just don't know why yet. So I feel a bit bad for taking it if I end up not needing it.
Farewell, my dear child.
So, not 100% sure how to get back here later. I'll just have to figure that out. So. But I hope the game's not going to softlock me for not getting the item now that I don't even know what I would, like, want it for. So, we'll see. So, can I jump back from here? Let's see. Airwalk. Okay. Will it work the other way? No? Even if I use it again? Okay, so I can use it again. So that is how I can get back if I need to. Good to know. Because last time I tried that and it didn't really seem to work. But maybe I just got the timing wrong. Or maybe I forgot to cast the spell this time around. Because the first time I didn't need the spell. So if I left without getting the spell, I mean, last time I left by teleporting out. So maybe you wouldn't be able to get back via the normal route. But you would still be able to get back via just teleporting. So that might soft lock you if you do that, I feel. But shouldn't have that issue because I already have the item. Okay. So, nobody out here anymore, I think. And the Breath of Wind, or whatever that thing is called, it is what is keeping Stellos alive. I just don't know what I would want it for. Because I'm not sure it's been mentioned before. I've heard the mystic voice. Then you turn in an adept. Your work and dedication have made it possible for you to reach enlightenment in less time than has taken any other. You've done quite well. What do you know of the breath of wind? Is that through which Stratos gives her power to the chosen children? Why do you ask? I want to have it. I was afraid it would come to this. The breath of wind is found with Stratos. You'll find with Stratos... Oh, although you will find it with Stratos, you cannot see it with only your eyes. Many ways to see things. Right. I heard that last time already. But it's nice to get a reminder at least. So, who else is still alive around here? Because at least one of the people who were living in this village is now dead. So Cyrus is still around. I have heard the mystic voice. Marvelous. Must be very excited. Too bad Torwin could not be here to share in your triumph. Right. So can't even ask about the other MacGuffin that I don't currently have. Okay. I'm not sure why the Titans themselves would need magical metal thingies to channel their powers. Like, maybe they are just humans originally. Okay. You there. I know there are two different dialogue options, but I just read, I've met the Honourable Sellows, bye. As in, that's just all I say. I heard the mystic voice. Congratulations. I'm quite proud of you. Okay, neat. Anything else about Stellos? No, just that he knows a lot of things. And he's old. Yeah, I already know that. So, I don't know what I would want that item for. Like, I hope they didn't skip over the part where the game tells me why I need that item. Because stealing that item kills someone, so I want some sort of justification for it. Other than because I can pick it up. Because it feels a bit wrong to just kill that guy when I don't even know if I need the item. I just assume that I do. Okay, let's teleport. Yeah, and no Britannia burns, but I don't know if the breath of wind, which is a very silly name for that item, if that would be able to stop Britannia from burning. Because in some cases, at least, wind can make fire worse. So, yeah. Let's go to Tenebrae. Okay. if I remember right, with fires, they're like, I think there's like a triangle of like different things it needs, and like you need to remove at least one of them or something, and like it was, I think it needs well, oxygen, heat, and like fuel, I think. So like if you're blowing out a candle, I guess like it would have more of an effect regarding, well, it's an exothermic reaction, but as in it's a reaction that gives off heat, but you need to start it by like adding a spark. So yes, it needs heat. So for some reactions, they'll happen automatically, but they need to be started. So yeah. Yeah, like, that's also why things can spontaneously combust if they're hot enough. So. And yes, generally you can't have fire burning in space. Like, there are some things that can burn underwater. But, like, yeah. Oh yeah, Star Wars. I guess they do have a lot of like fiery explosions and stuff. Yeah. Not sure how well fire explosions would work either in a vacuum. Specifically a fiery explosion, not just like one that's related to pressure. I don't know how I'm going to start the next School of Magic, because I've kind of finished learning this one. And I have several Scrolls of Magic portals. Yeah, another thing would be no sound in space. So, yeah. Yeah, just because something's hot doesn't necessarily mean it's a fire, specifically. Like, if you think of lava that's not on fire, like you can throw stuff into lava and it can then catch fire. But on its own, molten rock is not a fire. So, in general, when you think of fire, you think of something that contains a lot of carbon, and the reaction being carbon being burned into CO2. So the carbon in like organic molecules, like it's carbon and hydrogen, and the hydrogen can react with the oxygen in the air to make water. The carbon can react with the oxygen in the air to make CO2. And that entire reaction is, like, it gives off heat once it's started, but you need to have a certain temperature to start it in the first place. So that's the very, very basics. So, odds are the sun doesn't specifically follow that. Because I don't know what organic molecules would be on the surface of the sun. Because as far as I know, it's mostly metals. Let's just look around a bit. Like, it could just be that I need to go back into the catacombs. It's difficult to say if I need to go back into the catacombs or not. Like, I don't even know what the next Skull of Magic is going to be. It would be either water or fire. What's the difference of opinion? Would you be able to breathe if you were on the surface of the sun? I don't think your lungs could handle the temperature to begin with. Like, oh, fusion versus fission. Been a bit too long for me, so I can't explain the difference off the top of my head. Like, it could also be that both are happening. But, as I said, not my area of expertise specifically. Like, astronomy was never really my field. Like, I know some of the basics, but not much. So we have this area. I think that one was the one that led to the plateau. Alright, makes sense. Yeah, for me, I know there are people who are really passionate about astronomy, and no, not astrology, astronomy is what I'm talking about. Big difference there. Because some people mix them up, and like, even though I personally am not into astronomy as much as other fields of science, yeah, don't mix those two up. But, yeah, for me, I prefer the, like, types of science that I can, like, experience in my everyday life, more than the ones where you'd, like, look through a telescope at something that you'll never be anywhere close to. Like, that feels less approachable to me, so, yeah. But I know there are plenty of people who are very interested in that field, so it's just not for me. Like, I'm also not the kind of person to want to go to space. If I had the option, I would not. Even though I also like watching, for example, Star Trek. So. Why shouldn't we be discussing it? Like, there are so many topics we end up discussing on stream that, like, what's so weird about specifically discussing science and its different forms, including, like, chemistry, physics, astronomy. So, yes. Yeah, specifically fire and how wind affects fire. So, like, comparing, like, a large fire to a candle. Because you can blow out a candle to extinguish the fire. But for a campfire, it's not gonna work like that, as far as I'm aware. So... I'm also not the kind of person to start campfires. I'd be too scared about the fire getting out of control. So. Okay, I have used a fire extinguisher, as in I got trained to use one. I haven't needed to use one in an actual emergency situation. And I do prefer to keep it that way. But yeah, for lab class, also needed to learn how fire extinguishers work. And also what chemicals need to be, like, which fire extinguisher for which chemicals. Because there's definitely a difference there. And if I remember right, powder fire extinguishers tend to work for pretty much everything-ish. It's just that there's such a giant mess to clean up that if you're using that, oh boy, the cleanup. So best to use a different one if possible, but you need to know what you're doing because you might just make it worse. Burning fat, I think that one was foam, not water. But ask Google. Google is gonna do a better job at explaining which fire extinguisher goes with what. I think another one tends to be like covering it, so like a fire blanket. But yeah, definitely don't just combine water with burning oil. Yeah, also don't add additional oil to it. True. Nah, I'm not sure adding more oil to burning oil would be worse than adding water. Because that it tends to, like, it's, goes into the gaseous state so, like, violently that it creates, like, a mist of burning oil. So... yeah. Then you've just got a giant ball of fire in your kitchen instead of a fire on your stovetop. And a giant ball of fire is not good. Yes, fireballs in black and white. Yes. Very educational stream. Don't create a giant ball of fire above your stovetop. It's a bad idea. thing about kitchens is usually there is flammable stuff. Like wooden cabinets, for example. Not the most flammable, but still not gonna help you if it does catch fire. So, yeah, giant ball of fire, bad. I guess I'll try and talk to the current Tempest. Because he's supposed to be able to do water magic. So maybe he can help me. Because I just need to learn either fire or water next. Just don't know which one yet. It just feels like I already dealt with most of the quests that I had in these areas, so I just need to find a new area. I don't know where to look for it. Well, I'm definitely more on the science nerd side of things. So, like, for example, with plants, I like the science of it. So, yeah. Like, for example, some plants can access nutrients in the soil that other plants can't. And then, like, those plants rotting gives other plants access to those nutrients. Stuff like that. So, the idea a lot of people have about like plants and how soil works is first you have soil that has nutrients in it, and then you have plants, and then the soil ends up with no nutrients in it at all. Meanwhile, forests, like, there's nobody going around like using liquid fertilizer on forests. So how does that work then? So there's definitely like a cycle of nutrients, and the way a lot of people treat plants doesn't really help with that. Like the, oh, you mow your grass and then you throw away the grass clippings. Like, all those nutrients you're just throwing in the bin. Okay, so currently he doesn't want to talk to me. I'm gonna explore a bit more over here in the meantime, I guess. Or if I get bored, I could just find a bed somewhere. Yeah, exactly. So, in a forest, for example, you have leaves dropping, you have trees dying, and then decomposing back into the soil. Yeah, like... It's not like the tree grows and then there's no nutrients and the forest dies and then it's just all dead. Because otherwise forests wouldn't work. I guess I'll just have to go find a bed somewhere in town, because I think... Well, it may be in the guards' barracks, so I would have been able to sleep, but I'll just find somewhere else. I think the library still has an empty one since the guy got killed. Yeah. Like, nobody really lives here anymore. So it feels less weird to sleep in this bed. Sleep for 1 hour, and then hopefully he'll be in an area that I can actually get to. I'll have to look up that plant. Because I might know it, but I'm not 100% sure. If it's the plant that I think it is, then I'm curious where it's actually native to. Because I know one that has a similar name over here, but I thought it was at least somewhat native, but I might be wrong. Because that's also another thing, the ecosystem is built for the native plants. Also helps to know which ones actually fit in your ecosystem and which don't. Like over here, grass grows naturally. And I think it is also native. But in a lot of places, grass does not grow naturally and needs a lot of water. Nope, still locked. And he is still in there. Fine. There, I'll just sleep in one of these beds. And if the guards complain, then they just have to find somewhere else. Still locked. Is he never gonna get out of his bedroom? Just gonna stay in there till the end of time, even though he's supposed to be in charge. Like, even over here, I'd say, just having a lawn that's only grass and nothing else is a bit wasteful. Because, in general, having a monoculture is not something that's gonna work well. Because naturally you wouldn't have just one type of plant growing in one spot. So it just throws things off balance to do that. But over here, at least regarding water levels, grass does just grow on its own. If it's cut back too much, it can still dry out, but it definitely grows a lot. Like over here, I've seen like bicycle paths where you have grass on both sides, which, yes, I know it sounds very pretty. It is. And like the level of the soil is in some cases like slightly higher than the bicycle path itself, and the grass just slowly starts creeping onto the path itself. So like there's like rotting leaves and stuff, and the grass just moves in as fast as it can. So yeah, the grass tries to cover bicycle paths even. It grows very willingly here. True, we're not talking about Reginald's hat that he doesn't have yet. Well, I just talked about it. Hello, Devon. Any news? As a simple fisherman, I never wanted the life of a ruler. I always believed it would be a difficult and troublesome position. Now that I am responsible for the citizens of Tenebrae, I'm certain of the difficulties and troubles. Okay. Well, that's not really news. That's just him getting settled in slowly. I've heard a lot of, like, for example, areas where you're not really allowed to have anything other than a grass lawn, because otherwise you'll get fined, and, yeah. I would definitely have a problem with that. Or in some cases, you're even only allowed to have one specific type of grass, not even like a slightly different shade. The thing about, like, grass lawns, they're not actually that great for nature. Like, it's still most likely better than having a plastic lawn, which is a thing. Supposedly those heat up a lot in summer, so if you don't want to use your garden ever, then that's the perfect option for you. But, yeah. And if you also want to dump a lot of plastic in the environment. So, yeah. Anyways, with those, it's not really good for the insects and such either. It's like, what are the bees gonna do with the grass? What are the butterflies gonna do with the grass? Like, most they can do is sit on it. It's not gonna be a food source, it's not gonna be a way for them to reproduce, like, nothing. I don't think anything has really changed in this village. Yeah, over here there's so many insects. So, I'm very happy about that. Also, many different birds. This country has a surprising number of birds and insects and spiders. Like, even compared to other countries that I've been to. Doesn't mean that everything's going perfect, of course, but I've seen worse. Well, I also have insects and spiders over here. So... I feel like over here they're just not really appreciated as much, but they are there. Like, even just on the windows I've probably got like 20 different spider species right now. And there's also plenty of spiders indoors as well. I really don't know where to go next. And I also still don't know why I would need the Breath of Wind. Like, I guess I could try the wizard guy who lives on the plateau. Maybe he will say something about the situation. Because from what I understood, I'm just supposed to learn all the different types of magic, but where's the next one for me to learn? Yeah, like, I've definitely heard of people who go like, oh, I want like lots of butterflies in my garden, and then they have nothing that flowers. Like, how is that supposed to work? Like, I want lots of humans, so I made a giant desert with not even, like, anything that's edible to humans. Look, sand. It's not how you're gonna get a lot of humans to visit that area. So, does he have any new information for me? And yes, I do remember you mentioning your spider that was eating the ants that were near your mop. I do want to learn magic. Third lesson, spell of creature summoning. And it costs 150. I think I have that, so I will pay. Here's the book. Study it well. Don't forget you'll need the reagents. Yes. Sure. So I'll at least be able to add that. Where's the book? Confusion blast, meteor shower. I think there. That might be the other book. Why do I still have silver ore? Aw. Yeah. Yeah, like, I've definitely seen it with, different types of spiders. Like with jumping spiders, they tend not to, I never know the proper terms. Well, like, if you look at the anatomy of a spider, ones that build webs tend to store more nutrients in their bodies than ones that need to wander around and pounce on prey. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me that the ones that don't need to move as much... Exactly. Yes. So, the second body segment, I always forget the terms, but that one grows a lot larger with spiders that build webs. And yeah, I do think it probably also makes it more difficult for them to move quickly, but their web tends to already be pretty good at catching things, and then they just need to, like, go and package it. So, summon creature. Do I have a sharpener? Well, I guess I can also switch over to my mechanical pencil. Because my other pencil is, well, it's getting a bit annoying to write with because it needs to be sharpened. We need Batwing. Humus. Obsidian. And... Huh? Bone? I guess? I think that's bone. Like I've heard of some other franchises that were inspired by Ultima, but I'm not sure if there are any very recent ones. Because, like, for there to be recent ones, it would have to be people who have played Ultima, but, like, haven't really been inspired by anything else quite as much as Ultima since then. So, I think since the Ultima franchise hasn't really released anything new that I'm aware of lately, it might just be lower on the list of games that inspire newer indie games, if that makes sense. Because, like, it has definitely had an impact on gaming. Just, like, I think now it's more that it's gonna be a game that's inspired by a game that's inspired by a game that was inspired by Ultima. I think I'll just teleport out of here. It didn't really tell me anything new, except for giving me a new spell, which is still useful. I don't know if I need the books afterwards, though. Also don't know if I need the silver. Probably not. It would just be nice to be able to store things. Because that's definitely been an issue. Like, I can go back to this island. Any new information at all? Not really. Like, out of the information I got previously, like I haven't been taking as many notes for this game because it's a lot more difficult because the dialogue keeps continuing on its own. So if I take too long with taking notes, the characters get impatient and either continue the conversation or end the conversation. So, makes this game a lot more difficult on my end. Because with the other Ultima games, I could just take as many notes as I needed, but with this one, I have to take pictures and then take notes, because I'm not fast enough. Like, I need to read it out, write it down, and still make a decision on, like, how to continue the conversation, and by then, they've gotten bored with waiting for me to respond, so... yeah, it doesn't really work. Like, I don't think there was anything else in the cellar. But I guess I can try and see. I mean, now I do have the long jump, so maybe that's gonna make it so I can access a different area than before. I don't know. 12 pages of graph paper taped together, presumably to make a map. That does sound like fun if you really like mapping. Like, in my experience, it doesn't combine perfectly with, like, streaming. Because it turns into less of a gaming stream and more of a drawing stream. Which, like, it's not a bad thing, necessarily. Just not really what I tend to focus on. But I know that there are also streamers who kind of specialize in mapping stuff, so. Like, I previously had my old webcam set up to capture me mapping stuff. Just if I have a similar setup again in the future, I want it to work a bit better. Because it was not the most comfortable, because, like, it was way over there, so I wasn't really able to write comfortably, because I'd have to, like, write with, like, outstretched arms. So, yeah, it's... maybe I'll find a better solution for it. I do hope to get a, like, more suitable streaming desk eventually, because this one has some limitations that I sometimes struggle with, so. Yeah, as I said, like, my issue is, like, if I want to take notes and have a camera capture it while I'm taking notes, then the camera would have to be, like, as I'm sitting right now, I'm, like, facing my desk and the camera is, like, slightly angled. Anyway, right in front of me is my keyboard. So even if I had a camera facing down onto my keyboard, I wouldn't really have a surface to write on. So that doesn't really work. And there's no really any space other than for my keyboard with the way my desk is shaped. So I need to take notes all the way over on the side, but it was so far away from me that it wasn't ergonomic by any means. So, yeah. I hope to get a more suitable setup for that at some point, maybe. But yeah, my previous solution just, it wasn't working great. At least not on my end. And I was also struggling with, like, what I was drawing staying in frame. So, yeah.
At this very moment, Britannia burns.
Can I... Oh, can't reach that. Good to know. Even with the long jump.
At this very moment, Britannia burns.
Yeah. No chance. I don't think there's any other way to try and do that jump.
Britannia burns.
A bit further, I guess. No. Not even a sliver of a chance. Alright. Very weird.
At this very moment.
Yes, Britannia burns. I should be pretty used to that by now. I can handle it. Okay, that's just the spell. It wore off. It's just frustrating that it doesn't work at all. And there's no other spot that I've seen where I'd be able to jump up there.
At this very moment, Britannia burns.
Oh well. Time to teleport away. Again. I was hoping that the new jump upgrade would allow me to make that jump, but nope. Still doesn't work. Yeah, now, since moving, I have more space to design my streaming setup. So my current desk worked okay with the space constraints I previously had, but like that doesn't mean that it's overall the perfect desk for me. Like, for example, it's not height adjustable, and my chair sometimes, like, my chair is height adjustable, but it kind of also fluctuates in height on its own. So, yeah, I have like the armrests of my chair get stuck on the underside of my desk, which is really convenient. Because my chair just rose. I think it's like compressed air or something in there, and yeah. My chair just wants to be as tall as it can be, and I'm just keeping it from doing that. My hair is technically also height adjustable, yes. Like, I could technically have a giant updo. So, if I had the skills for that, yes. Like, if you've seen those very silly hairstyles of, like, I don't know which historical period exactly, but when they were wearing, like, giant wigs with, in some cases, even, like, bird cages inside the wig, and then they'd have a bird that's in the bird cage that's in the wig, and yeah. I could probably do that with my hair. Don't need a wig for that. Not sure how I'd be able to carry all of that weight, because that must be really heavy. Like, having all of that hair just, like, balanced with your neck. It's not ideal for me. I think I might have to look up what I'm missing, because, like, maybe it was in dialogue that the game told me, like, for example, why I need the Breath of Wind. So maybe I just missed it. Like, maybe the Breath of Wind is used for resurrecting, but I don't even know who I need to resurrect. So, like, the main quest in this one is a bit wonky, because I keep losing track of, like, what I'm supposed to currently be working on. I mean, I know that in theory I'm supposed to learn water and fire magic, but, like, I don't know where, I don't know how to start it, and I don't know if I need the MacGuffin from the air magic people or not. So, yeah, the main quest is a bit messy in this one. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? Just trying to figure out what the main quest of this game is at the moment, so I'll be looking up a walkthrough because I'm kind of stuck. It's not the first time, probably not the last, because the game has a bit of a tendency that, like, if you're within an area, it's easy to figure out what the quest in that area is, or at least it's easier. But when you need to switch to the next area, you just kind of have to search everywhere, and maybe you'll find, like, one cave opening that wasn't accessible before. It just might take you several days to find it, but the game won't tell you where to look or what to look for. So, yeah, it's a bit wonky in that regard. The other Ultima games were a bit better about that. So, already done all of that. I'm done with the necromancers and the healers, I think. Okay, so air magic. Wait, there was that one book that I read that had something about a knitting needle turning into a sword and that being brought back to the monastery. It does seem like the walkthrough mentions that, so I guess we can try and look for that thing. So, yeah. You recently started playing retro games, and you're dealing with insomnia at the moment, so yeah. I tend to stream around this time. I've been streaming retro games specifically since 2019, so I'm not very new to them by now. But I'm still new to this game. Like, this is my first playthrough of this game. But yes, in August it's going to be my 8-year streaming anniversary. At the start, when I started streaming, I wasn't playing retro games, but yeah, it has been a long time. So, any secret doors? Guess I'll save here. Where is that scroll? There, magic portals. Anything here? No. I guess maybe there's something over here. No secret bridge. Doesn't really look like there's anything here. I'll use it anyway. Because I think it mentioned that they were gonna put it like in the monastery. I'll check what the book said, because I'm pretty sure I took pictures of that at least. So, can I find it? Restoration, airwalk. So many spells. Yeah, I think it was the book that was basically a letter. Yeah, so bring the sword, now called Protector, to Argent Rock. I'll prepare a small shrine for it in the catacombs. Okay. So there's a small shrine somewhere in the catacombs that I presumably can find. I would expect it over on this side. Don't remember any locked doors or anything like that. So I'm just gonna guess it's hidden doors instead. But also look for any locked doors or caves or like anything like that. Can I walk? So, just anything that looks like there might be something hidden. That wall's quite empty. I feel like I should move that scroll over a bit so I have an easier time clicking on it. Okay. It's probably either on this wall or on this wall. Because the other two sides, I wouldn't really be able to see them at all. So that is how they tend to design these levels, or these dungeons. Could be here, theoretically. I'll just double check. I think the scroll says something about damp areas. What does it say exactly? Oh, do not store in damp areas. Fine. I mean, it makes sense that you shouldn't store a scroll in a damp area. Pretty sure it could just start molding. Like, I have seen moldy paper before. Don't know what materials they would have used for scrolls like back in the Middle Ages-ish. Which is kind of the era this is set in. And of course it's also fantasy, so... I would assume that whatever it is moisture sensitive. Maybe something here? Another big empty wall. Don't know what this is supposed to be, so I'll just try this corner as well. Just because the debris looks a bit weird to me. Guess it's nothing. This just kind of looked like an altar. Okay. Yeah, I should try to not die. That is usually a good idea to not do that. Maybe something over here? In this dead-end corridor? Nope. Dried animal skins? Yeah. That definitely sounds like mold would be a huge issue. So it might not dissolve in water, but... oh boy. Probably here. I completely forgot about this. Huh? There it is. I knew it. I completely forgot about that building. Silly me. So this is... Protector. It is the right sword. I'll just take that. Okay, I think I'm carrying too much right now. What should I leave behind? Like, I don't know if I need the books still. Like, I'll try and see if the... I think it's thaumaturgy? Yeah. If I need to keep those books. Like, how about a specific spell? So, Confusion Blast? Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the book. Summon creature. No. Okay. So the walkthrough doesn't even mention most of the spells. I'll just assume I don't need the books anymore. Yeah, for me, I tend to pick up a lot of random knowledge as well. Like, I used to watch a lot of documentaries, also about like how things are made and just all sorts of stuff. There. Like, these days, I also watch a fair number of very specialized YouTube channels. Some of them covering topics that I personally don't need to know about those, but I want to. So, yeah, it's fun. Let's see. Magic portals. Magic portals. I have 2 of them. I probably shouldn't, because I don't think I need to. Okay. There. In my case, my weakness in terms of trivia type questions tends to be that I won't know the specific vocabulary. Like, I'll be able to describe things and like how they work, but the terminology doesn't really stick in my brain as much. So. That one's called Deceiver. Like, I don't know which one I should definitely keep and which one's not that important. Now I can actually carry all 3 of them, so that works. Any of these that I want to pick back up again? I guess I can take the potions again, if they'll fit. Okay. I can also still fit the scroll. Probably not the books, or at least not all of them. Yes, I can take all of them. Just the silver needed to be dropped. I guess I'll at least try and drop it in a more reachable location. I just don't know if there is any location where it's safe to store things. So that kind of complicates stuff. Ow. I guess I can just teleport. Back to this spot. Okay, I think I just need to read the book, but then I don't need it anymore. Just like with the other spells. I guess for dropping those books, it would make most sense to do that at the plateau. So I'll just do it there instead. Similar situation for the scroll. So let's just dump stuff in some sort of container. I guess the books I can just place over here. There, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And then where's the second magic portal scroll? There it is. I think I'll keep this one and I'll get rid of that one. There. And the additional health potions. I'll just place those on here as well. Maybe they won't despawn. Because last time I put stuff into a drawer and it despawned. But maybe this will work differently. So we've got trap detection, destruction, detection. 2 times detection, 1 time destruction. Okay. I mean, if those items stay there, that would be great. I guess I could teleport away and then teleport back again. See if anything happens. So let's teleport all the way over to this island, to where the game probably forgot about anything that I stored there, and then back to the plateau. And are the items still here? Yes! Okay. Interesting. So things might be safe if I drop them on the floor, but not if I put them in a cabinet. Guess I'll try and keep that in mind. But now I have that fancy sword. Good, I guess. What do I do with it? Like, where do I go? So I think I still need to check the walkthrough. So. Yeah, I've done the other tests. Oh, the walkthrough even says do not take the breath of air yet. So, okay. Fine, so there is more stuff in the catacombs that I need to do. Of course, that's where I need to go. Everything connects to the catacombs. I was hoping I was done with the catacombs, but nope. I'll never be done with the catacombs. Like, I didn't read much further than just, like, return to the catacombs, and I think it was catacombs level 2 again. Whatever. I'll figure it out. But it also mentioned stuff about, Torwin. So the guy who got killed, his ring, you might be able to hand it in to the family? I can't remember who his family members were, but I'll at least try. So there's the one family that lives outside of town, where the kid went off to learn to become a healer. And I think the widow lady who sells gems, her son also went off to become a healer. And that's the family where the father is dead. So I think she's the right one. Because the son wanted to resurrect his father, I think. So I guess we go and hand her the ring. Also, like, since the family has, like, a gem shop, it makes sense that the ring belongs to them. Because it definitely looks like it has a giant gem on it. But yeah, I'll just try and find her house, and I might also have some gems to sell her anyway. And then after that, we can go back into the catacombs. But I feel like that's definitely something that's missing in this game. The, like, communicating where the next area is going to be. Like, having that wizard, for example, be the one that you can go to go, like, oh, I've now finished learning this thing. But it's kind of missing a character like that. Because you're just really off on your own. You get vague instructions for what your overall goal is, but like, the how to reach different parts of the island that are inaccessible via land, that's a pretty important detail. So, yeah, I think the game would have felt a lot more finished if it had something like that. Like, it doesn't just have to be one character, it can be a bunch of separate characters. There just needs to be some sort of indication when you're done with one part on, like, where to go. Because while you're in a specific area busy with a quest, they are communicating that. But the in-between time, they just drop you like a hot potato. And just go figure it out yourself. Can never manage to find that building. Oops. What was that? Did I run into a tree? I ran over a child? I don't know. I ran into something. Or over something. the mystery. I mean, there's more kids. Okay, it's currently locked. Fine, I'll wait. Yeah, I think there was a bed somewhere in this house. Definitely not the most convenient, but... Right, forgot about the marbles. So many. So very many marbles. There. That's where the beds are. Very fancy beds. Let's sleep for one time unit. Like, I think one unit of time in this game is supposed to be several hours. They just don't really deal with hours and minutes. Oh, speaking of, like, keeping track of time and stuff, I'm always, like, curious about how that sort of stuff worked before clocks. It's like sundials and, like, an hourglass in some cases could help, I guess, but yeah. And then I think at the start you'd have, like, church towers working as the clock for a larger area. But it just sounds quite difficult to schedule anything precisely. Because, like, imagine telling someone, oh, let's meet up at 6 p.m. and they show up 2 hours later. Like, it's not gonna be the most convenient. I found this ring. There. That's my son's ring. Torrin gave it to him for his 16th birthday. Well, actually, for his 16th birthday. Torrin never took it off. How do you come by it? I mean, yeah, I found it, but I also saw her son drown, so should probably lead with that. What do you mean? He had an accident. Because, like, he didn't intend to die in the process, at least not at that point. Like, at that point, he was just trying to jump over onto a platform and he didn't make it and he drowned. So, yeah. Should never have let him go. How... Yeah. Oh, now I'm alone forever. Whatever shall I do? Whatever shall I do? No, 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 no. Okay. Well, I guess I gave it back to her. What do you sell? Husband's shop. Gems. I want to sell some gems. Oh, I don't currently have any. Fine. So, I think I gave her the item now. So, one less thing for me to carry around. And now we go off into the catacombs. Because of course we do. Yes, she did get over that quite quickly. Just needed to end the conversation for a bit and then she's good to go. Yeah, in general in this game, the characters lack a certain level of, like, continuity? If that makes sense. Like, they're acting a bit like sitcom characters where, like, at the start of the episode, it could be the start of any episode, because they all get reset. So, it just feels a bit off at times. I mean, I overthrew the previous cruel ruler, and now they have a different guy who presumably is doing a decent enough job, and nothing changed other than, like, specifically the dialogue when I talked to unnamed guards. But other than them, nobody really seems to mention it, other than specifically the guy who's now in charge. Everyone else, no change. In some cases, they still complain about the previous ruler as if she was still alive. So, it feels like a very, like, you try and improve things, but it doesn't really have an effect situation. Like, why do you even bother to try and fix things if nothing ever changes? Right, I don't need to cast the spell this time. I can just teleport into the catacombs now. For the first time. Upper catacombs. There we go. Finally. Completely forgot about that. Very glad I unlocked that. So, let's save. Time to look around a bunch.
Care you no more for your own world, Avatar.
Okay. Right, that's where I used the skull last time. Don't know if there's going to be another spot like that. I think I have the skull again, because I took it back. Don't know if that was necessary or not. Might not have been. So... I mean, last time there was stuff going on over at the other end of the catacombs, so I could try and go there again. Like, maybe that's where the entrance to the entire second level of catacombs is. Could be. Yeah, don't forget to vote on the game poll, because I finished Tex Murphy yesterday. So the next game that I'll be playing on Tuesdays is still to be decided. Might also be finishing Black and White tomorrow. So the Tuesday and Thursday game potentially need to be decided at the moment. So yeah. But next week I won't be streaming, so there is still some time. But I do have to end the poll eventually, so don't forget to vote. This looks very wonky. It's like an optical illusion. Like, I don't know if this is higher than this level or if it's lower. Because it kind of both looks like it's underground and above ground at the same time, to me at least. Okay, so it's above ground. This just kind of looks like the ground caved in, but no. Yes, I know. Like, yeah, I had to take a week off for moving. Like, I think it was back in April. And now I have to take another week off. 2 weeks in 1 year, can you imagine? It's gonna be another busy week, so I'm not just gonna be lounging on a beach somewhere. I'll just be working on other stuff, so yeah. There. Yeah, the whole idea of like going on vacation somewhere to just not do anything. I have not done that in a very long time. And I don't really, like, have the urge to do that. Because, like, the stuff I would want to do on vacation is not really stuff that you can take along in a lot of cases. Like, reading books, like, you can take books along, but there's a limit. But, like, I like crafting a lot, and there's a limit to how many crafting projects you can take along, and there's a limit to being able to take along your computer so you can game on vacation. So, yeah, I don't do that. I mean, like, of course, going on vacation is also quite expensive, so if you don't really have a reason to, like, then why do it? Going someplace only to not be able to do the things that you want to do. Then why go someplace? But I do understand that some people like the idea of, like, for example, traveling to a tropical location, to, like, some big fancy hotel and just swimming in the hotel swimming pool and tanning and eating at, like, the hotel restaurant. It's just not for me. Yeah, but there are people who are like that, where they don't even really leave the hotel. Because there are some huge hotels where, like, they have, like, stores and restaurants and coffee shops and all of it just... It's like a resort? Maybe that's the right term for it. And it seems like a lot of people like that stuff. I just don't really get it. So, where you don't even have your own kitchen, you have to eat at, like, the hotel cafeteria, restaurant, whatever the proper term for it is. It's just not my idea of, like, having time off and relaxing. Yeah, for me, like, I'd rather just, like, take, like, individual day trips to places. Like, taking a really long walk and just seeing how far I can get. It's kind of a mini vacation for me. Could even, like, take some food along, or buy some along the way if there's something nice available. Yeah, like... I've had some very memorable walks where, like, especially in summer, like, I just get up early and start walking as the sun rises and just see where I end up. So, to me, that's more relaxing. And at the end of the day, I get to sleep in my bed, which is quite a perk. Like, I don't need to pack or unpack anything. Yeah, it's nice. Pretty sure I should be able to climb over that thing. You're amazed by Singapore Airport. I have not been anywhere close to it, but I think I've seen a video about it. About how it's huge. And you could basically just spend your entire vacation just at the airport itself. Which... I mean, I guess there are going to be people... I guess there are going to be people who would like that as well. Just like there are people who enjoy just staying at their resort the entire time. So yeah. Well, I personally don't get the appeal of that type of vacation. I know there are people who like that. Yeah. I guess for some people, they also just really, really want and need a change of scenery. I just try and, like... make it so I don't feel like that. was that door over to the other side? You can never manage to reach the eastern side of the catacombs, at least not the way you're supposed to. There, I just jump over the spikes. Like, if any of you really enjoy that type of vacation, let me know. I personally can't relate, but that doesn't mean that, like, I have anything against it. Like, for example, my brain's too active to just, like, enjoy laying around on a beach for long periods of time. I'm just gonna get bored. And not in a good way. Not sure if I can stand the explosion of that last skull. Probably can. There. Done. There, I'll just save.
Your treasured Britannia succumbs easily. Soon all the land will be mine.
Like, for me, one of the things I would, in that case, look forward most to is just reading. But I can do that at home. And if I really want to go swimming, like, swimming pools exist. Like, public swimming pools. And it's gonna be a lot cheaper to go to one of those than go on vacation to go swimming in a hotel swimming pool. So. And the hotel swimming pool might also be just as crowded as your local public swimming pool, so won't necessarily have a big difference there. And like a lot of the big like hotel swimming pool where it's like a giant swimming pool, those are cold. Like, I guess if you go to those places in the middle of summer, the water might be warm enough, but the times that I've been, those are freezing and empty. So, yeah. So I really just don't get it. The one from Larry 6. 6 is not the one set on a cruise ship, right? Yeah, Austria does have very fancy architecture. Would recommend if you are into architecture. I've seen plenty of very fancy architecture. To the extent that, like, I've kind of had my fill. Not that I dislike fancy architecture, it's just like, not that special when that's just how things look. Like, there's also different styles of the architecture. But yeah, everything from castles to more modern architecture. Seen a lot of them. But I'm also not really specifically that interested in architecture, so yeah. Like, what I care more about is the more, like, practical aspects of a building. Like the... do I feel like I'm suffocating when I'm inside the building? Do I feel like I'm melting when I'm inside the building? Those types of things. Those are more impressive to me than... oh, it has, like, a sculpture on the outside of the building. That didn't work well. Guess I'll have to fight them. There, that worked at least. Okay. Made it. But like, I've heard of people traveling specifically to Austria to see the architecture. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? How was your stream? I don't think I'm familiar with your channel yet, so... what were you streaming today? Ah, okay. Well, welcome in. I am indeed a member of the Women's Guild. Like, when I first heard that Twitch would eventually open the Women's Guild up internationally, I was very excited, because, like, I remember when the guilds were first formed, but I wasn't allowed to join. Yes, welcome in. Also, not sure if you're familiar with the Ultima franchise. It's an older franchise, as you can probably tell. This game is from '94. And it's, well, at least this game in the series is a bit janky. So the previous ones are more like RPG type focused, and this one also adds in platformer puzzles. And with this, like, camera angle platforming is not exactly ideal at times. So, yeah. It's not the most well thought out game at times, but it is still fun. Yes, always happy to meet new streamers. But what were you streaming today? In case, like, I don't think you said, unless I missed it, in which case, shame on me. So, I hope I don't drown by walking here, because that is a definite risk. You're playing System Shock. I've not played that at all. But, yeah, it sounds like a game that would also potentially take me a while. I hope it was fun. So, let's save again, because I might fall into a pool of lava at any second. Not even sure if I'm supposed to be here. Because the game doesn't really communicate stuff that well. I just had a quick peek at the walkthrough to, like, even know that the next area I need to get to, the entrance should be somewhere in the catacombs, and this is part of the catacombs. I don't know if the entrance is near here. Just Just trying, you know? Yeah, no, I get that feeling. Some of the games I've played, they've been quite a challenge. Like, one of the most difficult ones that comes to mind is Wasteland, the first Wasteland game. It's basically the franchise that inspired Fallout, but the first Wasteland game is difficult. And sometimes a bit infuriating. Yeah, it's a very old one, and not very polished. But if you want to at some point see where Fallout, like, 1 and 2 came from, not so much the later parts of the series, but the first two, you can see some, like, similarities. Is there a way for me to get over there? I'll just save again before I try that jump, because I'll probably drown. Yeah, you can find the playthrough on my YouTube channel if you don't want to play it yourself, because yeah, it is definitely a rough one. Like with that game, I had times where the game kind of soft-locked me, and at one point I needed to spend several hours off-screen just getting out of a soft lock by... the game is somewhat random at times, so like... I think the issue was that the enemies were too powerful, and I managed to get into a dungeon that I wasn't supposed to be in. But getting back out of it was the problem, and I didn't have a save to go back to. So, I had to, like, walk a couple steps, and then, like, heal. But I can't remember if I can save in that dungeon or not. But yeah, I had to really brute force it to get out of that dungeon. So that was rough. I'm sure not everyone's experience playing that game is quite like that, but yeah. And the ending was also frustrating. Like, I still am happy that I managed to get through that game, but it was a challenging one. That goes moving right back. Can't really see what I'm doing, but I think it's working. Right. I think when the ghost is backing off, that means I've managed to hit it. There. Yes, I did it. Okay. Very convenient when the wall is hiding most of my view. So, any new doors over here? Because the other one was already unlocked, so I think that was the one I went through previously. So I'm just trying to see where the next area might be. Also not sure if it's going to be water or fire magic first. Because, like, I've got earth and air now. And I need to learn the other two. And I do think they are in a specific order, just the game doesn't tell me. And in some cases I really struggle to see, like, if that spike is in the foreground or background. But yeah, it seems to be in the background compared to where my character was. Because I thought I'd be able to walk around it and stand here and then jump over, but nope. There. Okay. Wait, is that an opening? Kind of looks like an opening. It's a mushroom? It looks like an opening in the wall. Well, I guess not. But yeah, out of the Ultima franchise, like, I still enjoy this game, but it is janky. The graphics as well in some cases. Okay. Got a lever over there. I think this might be a new area. So I need to get past this. Then flip the switch. Or not. Have I been here? Maybe. Difficult to say. So, should be able to jump over these. Just the one, apparently. Well, that worked perfectly. So, this door. And there's a door over here. That's already open. Have I been here before? Yes, I think so. Yeah. So, wrong part of the catacombs again. Need to find yet another locked door somewhere. Okay, so that just loops around. Does sound a bit like heels, yeah. Like, I'm not sure if any other shoes would really sound like that. But heels are very clunky, so... Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Newly acquired long jump. Would that allow me to access a different area than before? So I've got this area. Yeah, a lot of the sound effects are a bit odd in this one. Also the volume levels of some of the sound effects. Like it being louder to walk on grass than many other surfaces. I think that zombie was blocking the way here. There. definitely have something going on there. So, going to save again, because one wrong step, my character drowns. Water was shallow enough there, at least. So let's try and unlock that door. Don't know if that's the right one, but one way to find out. Come on, keyring. There it is. Nope. This thing? Yes. Okay. I don't think I can put that on the keyring, can I? I mean, I have a somewhat recent save, so if anything goes horribly wrong. Yeah, it does not go on the keyring. Okay. Got a new teleport location. What's it called? Carthex Lake. Okay. So I'm at a lake. I mean, mostly seeing cliffs at the moment. Seems to be a rather large area. That doesn't go anywhere.
Avatar, the thrill of conquest is so invigorating.
Yes. Wait, is this what the lake used to be? That doesn't look like much of a lake. But also very steep edges. Would be quite difficult to climb out of that. Unless the water level is like all the way up to the top. But that isn't how natural lakes tend to look. Okay. That looks like a broken bridge. Alright. Like, I'm in a new area, so to me this counts as progress. I just don't know where I'm trying to go. Or why the ground looks like that. I mean, from what I know, a lot of sound effects for movies and shows and, like, any form of entertainment that requires sound effects, there's quite a few sound effects that are made in surprising ways. For a more recent example, in one of the Dune movies, I'm not sure which one, they took a recording of, I think, baby squirrels eating? And that recording was made by a YouTuber who was like rehabilitating those squirrels. So the people who were making June reached out to her to like license it. So because the sound they needed was for an animal that doesn't exist in our universe, they had to go for something that just sounds right, but it needed to be, well, it can't be too familiar, of course. Like, you don't want to have it sound like an animal that you already recognize. So. Apparently, baby squirrels make very cute chirping sounds. It's just that most people wouldn't exactly encounter baby squirrels making sounds. So. Was I supposed to do anything else in there? Because I mean, I should probably be able to kill that. I think it's called troll, but not 100% sure. Really get pushed all the way through the door. Yeah, but most people wouldn't really like have close access to squirrels to where they would know that. So part of it is still that you'd want to have a sound that sounds right, but doesn't sound like something else to people. So going for a sound that does exist, but isn't going to be familiar to people, but it sounds like it's like at least in the right ballpark. Like, it is the sound of a rodent, and in the movie they used it for a rodent. Just a completely different looking one. I just think it's interesting how that stuff works. Yeah. Like, I have spent a fair amount of time feeding squirrels, specifically. So, I, like, haven't had a pet squirrel. Not sure if it's allowed over here. Haven't really looked into it. But, yeah, I have been quite close to wild-ish squirrels. Okay, at least it actually stopped the earthquake. Ow! Rude. Putting stuff all on my head. Don't appreciate that. Hit points are down to 43. I think they are supposed to be higher than that. Yeah, even with, like, having fed adult squirrels, never really heard the specific sound of baby squirrels. Because, of course, those would just be all the way back at the nest, not out foraging. I think in that case it was a stalactite, because it was falling from the ceiling. But there are still scenarios where
Britannia burns.
Where you'd have a stalagmite falling your head. Like, some of these are quite tall, so... Yeah, no worries. I just had a geography teacher who was very insistent on teaching the difference between stalagmites and stalactites. So, haven't forgotten it. Clearly. I'll just eat that, and I'll take the cheese. Definitely not addicted to cheese. Yeah, stalagmites are the ones that come out of the ground, and stalactites are the ones that hang down from the ceiling. And they can grow to just be connected. Can't remember if that had a specific name when that happens, but it is definitely a thing that happens. Where's the money? Should be a pile of it. Oops, shouldn't have done that. Did it use up the scroll or not? Since there weren't any chests. Let's see. It didn't use it up. Okay. That worked out. But I guess I got the attention of the local... whatever that creature is. Troll. So. I'll just have him walk through the fire. That should do some of the work for me. Yep. Definitely sounds like he's taking damage from that. Another common topic in that regard is the difference between venomous and poisonous. So, like, if someone complains that a snake is poisonous, you can ask them why they ate the snake. So, venomous means that it bites you, and poisonous means you bite it, and, like, both of them having an effect on you. So, if it bites you and you get sick, then it's probably venomous. And if you bite it and you get sick, then poisonous. Like, leaving out, like, details like, oh, it could also be that, like, you contracted a virus or something from it, but, like, yeah. If it bites you and then you bite it, then I am confused about what's going on there. Like, there could be animals that are both venomous and poisonous, but it won't necessarily be both. So, like, venom would be something that's going to be active, like, if it hits your bloodstream, and poison would be something that goes through your digestive tract, generally. And in some cases, you might be able to, like, eat venom without getting sick. I wouldn't try injecting poison, though, because in general, that's probably just a bad idea in general. Like, be careful about what you put in your bloodstream. Yeah, in some cases, antivenom is also created by breeding those types of venomous snakes, and specifically breeding them to be as venomous as possible, to be able to collect the venom, to then make the antivenom. So, yeah. Yes, he's not very smart. But yes, I've seen at least one video of that specific job of, like, collecting venom from snakes that are specifically being bred for that purpose. And, okay, it died. It actually worked. But yeah, it's not a job that I personally would want. And I think a lot of people feel the same. Well, it didn't give me any experience points, but I didn't want to fight it. And I figured it would work, and yeah, it did. Yes, now we know the difference. If it was a poisonous troll, then by now it would probably not cause any issues. Unless, like, it has, like, fangs, and I stabbed myself on the fangs or something like that. Then maybe, but most likely not a problem. But if it's poisonous, then yeah, just don't eat it. Those piles of coins. Still didn't find my previous pile of coins, but presumably it's somewhere in my inventory. There. And this scroll is invisibility. I think I already have that power, so I don't need a scroll for that anymore. Yeah, there's a surprising number of games that mix up venomous and poisonous. So, for example, Cedric in, I think it was King's Quest 4 or 5? I believe the quote is, a poisonous snake? As in, he's talking to the main character and warning him about a venomous snake, but he's calling it poisonous. So he's just warning him not to eat the snake. And yes, this game would be turning 31 this year. I don't know the exact release date, so... don't know when the exact anniversary would be. What are those? Magic arm guards. I will take those. Can I take mine off first? There. Beautiful. Mustard yellow. Like, it's a very different shade of yellow than in this design, but I think it's supposed to be the same ones. I much prefer this shade of yellow. Okay, I'll take those coins. Wait, where's my pile of coins this time? Where'd it go? I keep stealing my coins. Wait. What did I just move over? There was something where it asked me if I want to move all, like, 200 and something of it. Was that my pile of coins? It was released in March. Oh, so it has already turned 31. Yes. Somehow some of my streams kind of turn educational, like, adjacent. Usually not fully educational. Yeah, I feel like I don't have the qualifications for fully educational. Like, I started university, I didn't finish university. Really, where is that pile of coins? I'm always tempted to call it gold, even though it's obsidian this time. Where is it? It's not in that bag. It's not in that bag. No, it wasn't games that ruined my education. It was a slew of medical issues. Fun fact, ADHD that's untreated doesn't help with education. I'm doing okay now. But yeah, long story short, ADHD, and also I had issues with my thyroid, which also causes a lot of issues with attention, so yeah, uni was rough. So, but now my ADHD is being treated, and I don't have a thyroid, so that settles that. Really, where is the... I just had the coins. Where'd they go? How did I lose track of them? But like, I'm sure uni is difficult enough on its own when you don't have a bunch of other stuff to deal with. I just never tried it since failing spectacularly. So, yeah. I really don't know where it went. Guess I'll start a new pile. Again. Is it somewhere in the ground here? Did I accidentally drop it? Oh, there. Yeah, that's my pile. I think I dropped that. Whoops. Well, with how the different systems work, I'm not really sure where college would end and university would begin. So, yeah. Like, what age would you be going to college, like, on average? Assuming that you're not, like, the smartest person in the world, because if that's the case, they probably get your doctorate at, like, 8, but not talking about that. Mid-20s, so that would be the same time as university as well. So, like, so then how does it work over there? Do you first go to college for a certain subject and then you go on to university? Like, what do you graduate college with? Do you get a bachelor's when you graduate college? And then you go to university to get a master's degree? Because, yeah, like, for me, like, the way the system worked was just you graduate your, like, high school, for example, and then you go on to university straight from there. So, you start a bachelor's degree, generally. Like, there are also ones that won't give you a bachelor's degree, but that's like the standard. Okay, so college gives you a diploma, but not a title. If I understand it right. Yeah, like, I was trying to get a bachelor's degree, and I failed. Ah, okay. Yeah, for me, I qualified. But I clearly wasn't ready for it. Let's save again. Like, I had a much easier time with school and university. But that's also when, like, my medical stuff flared up, so yeah. It was also just bad timing. Still haven't found any people, so how am I supposed to learn magic if there's nobody here? Am I supposed to just teach myself? Maybe the dead troll can teach me? Yeah, for me, since I did quite well with, like, traditional just school, I thought university would be right for me, but nope, at least not at that time. very big pile of nope there. But it did well in a couple of subjects. Just not all the other ones. Like stuff like needing to memorize the names and like chemical like structure, as in like exactly like what is where of practically every common organic compound. Yeah, that was like organic molecule. That was not something I was good at. And that was something I would have had to do sooner or later. Can't not do that part. So yeah. I really don't know where I'm supposed to be going from here. This area is really empty. Am I even supposed to be here? Yeah, the system that I was in, they were kind of expecting people to not work at the same time because they did not give you the time for that. So, yeah. Like, people who within that specific system managed to work at the same time, I have no clue how they do it. Because also with exam schedules, yeah. They were anything but consistent. Like having exams at like 8 p.m. on a Friday one week, and then like at 8 a.m. on a Wednesday the other week, and yeah. Not sure how you manage to schedule most jobs around that. Like, not even consistent weekdays where you'd be able to work, so. Like, you'd need a very flexible job where you could just work whenever. Because, yeah. Otherwise, I'm not sure how that works. Or maybe just a really, really nice employer who has plenty of other people who can cover your position.
Is so invigorating.
Not that button. Which one was it that I flipped? Is it this one? There, okay. A chalkboard. I actually used to have one. It was just a small chalkboard, but for a while I had a small, like, handheld size chalkboard in the background of my streams. So, yes. But yeah, I'm far from a professor. Like, not high school, not university professor. Because both of those would require degrees, and I don't have those. Okay, that just opens. Fine by me. Yeah, same here. I'll save again. Alright then.
Ah, Avatar, the thrill of conquest is so invigorating.
Ow. Magic leggings. That sounds useful. I'll just dump mine. And got the fancy mustard colored ones. Yeah. Much better. Like that type of that specific shade of yellow that's like slightly greenish is just, yeah, it's not my favorite. And yeah, I'd say they match pretty well. Don't know why they decided to go for a different shade of yellow in this design. But I really prefer that shade. Like, that one looks more like golden. The other one does not. Wait, bird poop? What are the birds in your area eating? Okay, that area is very shaky. Oh, okay, it did calm down. We had the issue in a previous stream where things wouldn't stop shaking. And the menu shakes too. And the inventory. So now every single time the game goes for the earthquake effect, I'm at least slightly worried that I just won't stop with it. So... backpack? Is that the sound of the zombie taking damage? Because that's really loud. Oh. Might have been those. I don't know. Whatever creature it is. Why is it so loud? Okay. Just keeps on going. Yep, a grave. Alexis, her spirit to Lithos I give. Wait, who's I? A gravestone written in first person? But not from the view of the person in the grave? I am confused. Anything I can do over here? Not really. here at least. Yeah, it makes sense that it's being covered on a regular basis over there. I'm not sure if it's been in the news at all over here. But I have heard about it. Okay. Well, I would argue that any way is a wild way. I could say there is no reasonable way. As far as I know, statistically, poisonings aren't that uncommon. But... I already opened that chest. Clearly. Yeah, I mean, from what I know about the case, yeah. That being an accident is unlikely. It's a good melon. Nice. I haven't actually tried that many types of melon yet. Like, I'm a bit picky regarding both fruit and vegetables. Trying to work on that. But, yeah. Maybe there are some types of melon that I would like more than others. Because, I mean, I do like pumpkins, and they are related to melons. Well, I'd say it's going to be more difficult to run away from an explosion if you're already dead. So, there is that. But, yeah. Where am I supposed to go from here? Yeah, a YouTuber I follow has covered the case. So she kind of went into detail on like part of her defense being that she said she never foraged for mushrooms and that she didn't own a dehydrator. Meanwhile, she recently bought a dehydrator, which like was then found at a garbage dump and specifically contained traces of those specific mushrooms that you can't just buy. So, yeah. So at least from over here, it sounded like a very open and shut case. At least with the evidence that they had at this point. So, yeah. Not surprised. I think I just have to go into this area. Eek. I don't like that area. Let's go. Okay. At least for now, no earthquakes. The ones from earlier have calmed down, I guess.
Do not go near that avatar.
But what if I want to go near that? I'll save before flipping that lever. Totally don't expect anything bad to happen, but, you know, just seemed like a good time to save. Another Laura Bogan? What? As in a game inspired by Laura Bow? Or an actual continuation? Pick that up. There, finally. A real one. Great. Okay. Yeah, I'll want to know more about that. But yeah, I'll definitely be looking that up later. And thank you for stopping by. What is this? Like, the Guardian specifically told me not to go near this thing. Why? Like, that's quite the collection, but I don't really see what I'm supposed to do with it. Looks like there's a door down there. Yes, the Guardian is the fellow from Ultima 7. So, basically, at the end of the previous game, like, I was trying to defeat the Guardian. I did manage to, like, stop some of his plans, but I ended up getting, well, the Guardian captured the Avatar and transported the Avatar over to Pagan, which is a different world from the one the Avatar grew up in, and also different from Britannia. So, yeah. We're basically on a different planet, in a different universe. Something like that. And that's because of the Guardian. Yeah, so this area is called Pagan, and it's a weird area. So, for example, they don't have a day-night cycle. They used to have one, but not anymore. At least based on the books. They used to have one. I didn't get to see it. Not sure what this is about. So why did he warn me against opening that chest? It's just baskets, potions, and death discs. All of these items I've seen before. Maybe there's a secret door? Right, I keep forgetting that my inventory is a giant mess. Need to access those scrolls. What was that item? That's just another gem. Just dump those over in that corner. Then I guess potions can go here. Weapons. That's a quest thing, but I don't think I need it at this point. Another weapon, but it's pointing the other way, so it won't really stack nicely with the other one. There, I'll just dump both of them up here. And the teleportation thingy goes there. And potion. Potion. Maid quest thingy. I'll just pile up the food right there. Right, that was not food. That goes on this pile. This is food. Like, I don't have much room to make different piles, but I'm trying. So, got the scrolls. And we've got more food. Right, the key ring. And go in that spot. And then this can go there. Now it looks like the skull is wearing a clown nose. And just a pile of gems. To make it so I can find things easier. And that potion goes on that pile. Still at least one more gem under there. There. Okay. So, we've got this key item and the scrolls. Okay. Slightly more organized now. Any magical doors here? No. Okay. But yes, the lore is basically the Guardian dumped the Avatar here to keep the Avatar out of the way.
Enjoy the cries of torment.
And in the meantime, the Guardian is destroying Britannia, and then next up would be destroying the war world, as in the one that we're in. which is also the one that the Avatar is originally from. But that one is in a separate universe from Britannia and Pagan. Yes, Lord British is pretty useless. It's like Lord British can't even manage to, like, remove a splinter from his finger, let alone, like, deal with what the Guardian is doing. Move the chest? I can. Nothing hidden under it, though. What is this for? Are any of the other ones open at the moment? Like, not the one that I can see over here. But when I was at the back of this building, I could see two more of those fence type thingies. Yeah, no change there. Why is this place? Why would I need... Like, I think it was a green potion specifically, which is poison, I think. And also baskets, and also the explodey discs. Like, what am I trying to blow up? Ghost is back. Close enough. I got more gold, or well, not gold, more coins. Because in this universe they don't care about gold, they care about obsidian. Which, I mean, it's not that far off. Gold isn't the only substance that's considered precious on this planet, even. And it's not really used for currency anymore.
At this very moment, Britannia burns.
Silver was more rare than gold in ancient Egypt. Interesting. So I guess it's just a matter of, like, within that location, one might have been more common than the other. Because presumably when you look at the entire planet, it's still gold being rarer than silver. Like, I personally also prefer silver. Just in terms of color. I think gold tends to look like a bit... It easily gets too much. Like, if you think of, like, a silver-colored statue and a gold-colored statue, I think the silver one seems more, like, elegant, and the gold one seems more... cheesy. So, yeah. You prefer copper? Yeah, fair enough. You think copper is the one that turns turquoise if it's exposed to the elements, right? It seems pretty popular in architecture. You prefer fiber? For statues? Fabric statues? Fair. But like, in architecture, I've seen plenty of like stuff that's covered in gold leaf and whatever. It's just, yeah, it to me doesn't look that great, but it's just a specific style. Oh, because fiber as a connection. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I didn't get that before. Good one though. It reminds me of something I recently heard about, of like, there have been a bunch of different plans for like extra super fast trains, and for one of them the plans included retrofitting existing train tracks with a huge amount of copper, and people pointed out that like that's gonna get stolen. Just dumping a bunch of copper out in the open doesn't tend to stay there, because it's quite a valuable metal, at least these days. So, yeah. Yeah, like I've heard of plenty of situations where, like, for example, like the copper got stolen from like power lines, and yeah, lots of different instances of that. So yeah, if you make it even more accessible. Like, would it be like grave markers? Because when I think of a graveyard, I don't think of copper being widely used, but maybe I've just never looked that closely. Really? Odd. I've not seen that here. Like, at grocery stores, like, maybe they'll have some stuff locked up. Like, they tend to have alcohol locked up, because obvious reasons. And they have security cameras. But, yeah. Can't really think of any food items not counting alcohol as a food item. Can't think of any food items that are locked up. So, yeah. So, like, I've also never tried to steal it, but pretty sure there isn't some way for it to, like, be tied to an alarm, because, you have to disarm those. So, self-checkouts are really popular over here. So that wouldn't really be compatible with that. So, yeah. But I have at some point needed to remove one of those alarm tags from clothing, because, like, I did pay for it, but it just got missed. Like, maybe that item of clothing had 2 alarm tags on it or something. Regardless, I ended up with an alarm tag that I needed to remove myself. I guess I should have just gone back to the store to try and do that, but yeah. But it's good to double check. Because in some cases, the alarm barrier thingy at the store doesn't work. And then you don't know that they forgot to disarm one of the alarms. Yeah, they use like a really strong magnet as far as I know. I can't remember how I managed to remove it, but I managed somehow. But yeah. But I just remembered, like, how frustrating it was to try and remove it since I don't have the proper tool. And it seemed like at that store, the barrier thingy just wasn't working that day because it didn't go off. Because that would have solved it easily. Oh well. Yeah, like, I'm not talking about stealing stuff. Like, it was scanned at the cash register, just the alarm wasn't properly disarmed for that one item. Which, like, I totally get it. People make mistakes. If you, like, have to do a task a certain number of times eventually, you are going to miss a step. I just was too lazy to go back to the store. Yeah, I'm curious. But like, I've also had instances of like the sticker alarm tags not being disarmed, but those are a lot easier to remove at least. But at least most of those actually got caught by the barriers at the store, so they did eventually get disarmed. But I think in some cases, other stores' alarm systems can still pick them up, so. Like, I've had stuff where I set off the alarm when I walk into a store that I haven't even been to before. So, not sure how that works. But oh well. With all the alarm tags that are on everything, like in some cases even like moisturizer might come with an alarm tag. Like usually like a long sticker alarm tag thing, but yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, same goes for people who work in security. Like, mistakes are going to happen. And if their job is just to try and look for anything out of the ordinary, then like, you're gonna have some false positives. Like, for me, I'm more likely to get accused of not being the age that I say I am. But it's pretty easy to clear that one up. Just go, here's my ID card. End of conversation. Yeah, fair. It definitely doesn't sound like the best way to handle it. But I can't say I've ever worked as a security guard, so I don't know what the usual protocol is. So. Would also be very surprised if Still would want to hire me as a security guard. I really don't know where I'm supposed to be going. The game keeps, like, giving me access to new areas and then just, like, it's a dead end. What do I do here? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's, like, courses and stuff, so. Welcome in. Nice username. I believe you are probably familiar with the franchise. Because I think that's the name of the game that's kind of an Ultima game, but is, like, it's not called Ultima. I always forget the name of that one. Yes, exactly, Ultima Zero. I already got stuff out of there. I just feel like in this one they don't communicate with what the main quest is as much as they should. So I keep getting very lost. But I still haven't played that one, but I've played Ultima 1 through, well, both Ultima 7s. Now doing Ultima 8. And yes, I will also be playing Ultima 9. it feels like the game just doesn't really give me much information. It's just when I found it, it goes, yeah, that was the right thing. But other than that, just here's an entire open world, you figure out what to do. Like, imagine if, like, math class worked like that, where it's just like, here's the calculation. No context, or like, here's like the math problem. And you just never get taught anything, just like, here's the problem. Go figure out the rest. You go teach yourself, like, every, like, single thing about math, just, yeah. It feels a bit like this game is that. Just here's a vague issue, you figure out the rest. Like, I know I'm supposed to learn all the different types of magic. I know the different types of magic exist. And I know they're probably somewhere on this island. But that's kind of the extent of it. So, yeah, like, quickly checking the walkthrough, it told me to go into the catacombs to continue with either, like, learning fire or water magic. Don't know which one's the next one. But it said, though, there was something to do in the catacombs. Did find a new area. No people, though, only zombies. And no spells. So, I'm clearly missing something. Not even sure if I'm supposed to be in this specific area. And I have no clue who Alexis is, or was. Like, the closest teleporter, the name was something along the lines of Lake, I think. So I guess water might be the next one. Unless they practice fire magic in a lake because it puts out fires. Ah. You never really know. Or I'm just in the wrong area, which is a possibility. I guess I could go back to the teleporter. And maybe I can find something from there. Like, maybe I took a wrong turn. It is the right area. Okay. Good to know. Thanks. But yeah, I've learned air and earth, so necromancy magic. Maybe there's a secret door? Never really know. Nope, nothing. I'll try the entire wall. This wall just looks weird. I don't trust it. Maybe there's a door. No. How about here? Nope. Fine. Don't think there's anything in the middle of that small lake. But it could still be that whatever I'm looking for is closer to the teleporter. Because I would hope the teleporter is close to where I'm supposed to learn the magic. So, I do have a recent save. So I'll just look around there, because I'm struggling to find it again. There, Carthax Lake, if I read that right. Let's just look around here a bit. I just died. Okay. Don't jump down there. Noted.
I do so enjoy the cries of torment.
I'll try again. So I guess that jump is too much, or I'm really low on hit points, which I don't think I am. Not entirely sure if 50 is my maximum or not. But it could be. Yeah, so this lake, it looks like it's supposed to have been a lake previously. Hence all the dead fish. That doesn't go anywhere. Am I supposed to use the special new type of long jump that I just got? Maybe. Can I manage to find it in this pile though? That's not it. Oh boy, the inventory management. There, found it. Okay. You don't like the footstep sound? I mean, I could turn down the overall game volume, but I think... Does this one have a separate one for... Oh, yeah, it doesn't even have a volume slider, it's just on or off. So, yeah, I can't lower the volume of sound effects without just turning them off. But I can turn them off separately from turning off the voice acting. So, airwalk. Nope. Did not survive that, but I did find water. Like, yeah, music is separate. Oh, actually, the voice acting is not separate. Avatar steps is a separate one. So I could specifically just turn that off? Not sure if that would work. We can test it. And just see how it sounds.
I do so enjoy the cries of torment.
That didn't do anything. Did it reset it? Yes. Whoops, that's music. Escape. Yeah, silent walking. So, we can have silent walking if we want. It just feels a bit too quiet then, to me. But, you prefer that? We can have a vote. Let's vote on it. There. Okay, and you get 2 minutes, starting right now. Vote in chat. You might have to refresh the page if you don't see the poll. But it should be showing up at the top of chat. This is silent footsteps. And this is non-silent footsteps. So, Don't try to influence the result. But yeah, like... To me, I'm now used to them, so... I don't really mind the footsteps anymore, but if it's bothering you guys, then we can definitely turn them off. Okay. Both are options, but I can't just lower the volume. So, on or off are the only options I have. There is a footstep sound on grass. Like, just for the sake of showing it off, I can go travel to this area. I think there was grass here. Yes. So. There, that's grass. So. Okay. I'll have to look at the results. Oh, yeah, we have 4-1. So, no footsteps won by quite a long shot. Yes, grass is the loudest one. I don't know why they chose that either. But, yeah, sure. I'll load back into the save.
I do so enjoy the
And
cries of torment.
Turn off the footstep sound effect. And I overwrite that save. There. And now it's just silent. Hope that's better for you guys. Like, with all the games that I've played on stream, I've gotten used to some of the quirks of sound effects in earlier games. Like, one of the earliest Ultima games, I think it was the sound of casting a specific spell that sounded a bit like a mosquito. So, yeah, out of everything, it's not the worst sound effect in Ultima. The franchise just has some weird sound effects at times. To where... Okay, so for jumping, there's still a sound effect. Fair. But not running, not walking. Yeah, I guess it does sound a bit like that. I just didn't think of it that way. But fair enough. Either way, no more sounds for footsteps. But yeah, don't know where I'm supposed to be going. So I'll go teleport back to the other section. Over here. And explore that area a bit more. Okay. Got some dirt. Oh, my reagent supplies. Got 53 of those. I don't think I need any more at the moment. I'll just leave that. Got a very extensive dirt collection. All the best types of dirt. So... I guess, like, collecting dirt is not the weirdest thing to do. They even sell that stuff. soil. Ow. I didn't die that time. Okay. Not sure if I was supposed to survive that. Because I have kind of broken the game previously by managing to reach areas that I'm not supposed to be able to reach. So, don't know if this is one of those times. But I'll just run around and explore the place. The lake, that's definitely not a lake now. So many broken bridges. That one actually has a lake-ish. So maybe I'm supposed to try and reach that? Don't think I can jump up there, though. Okay. Anything down here I could climb? I don't think so. And that's 2 floors, I think, not 3 at least. Don't know if there is a way out of here, other than teleporting. Because maybe there isn't. I don't see any way out of here. And I don't think I'd be able to jump higher if I use the new spell. But I can try. But I want to try from this side so I can actually see what's happening. Okay. There, that's the one. What? What? Huh? What did I get hurt by? I am confused. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to reach this area. Huh. Yeah. I have a feeling that there's like an invisible barrier and I take damage if I touch it. And then that's how I'm supposed to die if I try and jump down here. But I think I found a hole in that barrier. Because for some reason I survived it that one time. So I am definitely very confused. How am I doing on health points? Not the worst. I'll just teleport out. So, how do I reach that lake? There was a place where there seemed to be, well, at least part of a bridge. Pile of bones. Do I have enough of those at the moment? 34. Well, I could use some extra. Because I do have more of some of the other reagents. Looks good. I see a building. Okay. So it seems like my guess might have been right regarding the teleport location being close to where I'm supposed to be already. So, seems like that worked. And save. Okay.
Who dares?
Was that hay there? I think I didn't fully hear whatever the voice acting was supposed to be, so I think I'll have to look up the transcript again, like last time, because I tend to struggle to really understand the voice acting. Also, what's going on with the music? It kind of sounds like they're starting to play a note, but they're not too sure about it. That one they were sure about. Feels like a very strange remix of one of the previous songs. Okay, so found the transcript again. Just need to find this conversation within the transcript. Okay. So, are you Hydros? Almost had it. Okay, so the start of it is who dares? That was like what I'm now responding to. So, are you Hydros?
Indeed, hideous mortal, I am Hydros. Know that it is into my domain that you have trespassed. Why do you disturb my rest?
It's not quite lining up with the transcript, but in case any of you had issues understanding it. Indeed, piteous mortal, I am Hydros. Know that it is into my domain that you have trespassed. Why do you disturb my rest? I wish the power of Tempestry.
A wise request from one who has made the difficult journey to my current home. But alas, your desire must go unfulfilled. Trapped here as I am, I cannot help you.
A wise request from one who has made the difficult journey to my current home. But alas, your desire must go unfulfilled. Trapped here as I am, I cannot help you. So, what can I do?
Ah, you will assist me then. My gratitude will be boundless, mortal. The task is a simple one. Merely open the ground next to the gravestone of my captor's beloved, releasing the waters on the cliff side. Do that, and I shall be free.
Could you repeat the instructions? Yeah, it's not the easiest to understand the voice acting in this game. You will assist me then. My gratitude will be boundless, mortal. The task is a simple one. Merely open the ground next to the gravestone of my captor's beloved. Releasing the waters on the cliffside. Do that and I shall be free. Okay. Easy enough.
Farewell, my mortal friend.
Was that my mortal friend? Because to me it didn't sound like that. Yes, farewell, my mortal friend. Like, I was really trying to listen, and to me it sounded like she said, farewell, my mortgage friend. That did not sound like mortal at all. Who doesn't have a mortgage friend? Yes, maybe she does.
Enjoying your stay on Pagan, Avatar?
Can't really reach that. I'll just teleport away. Destination. The lake again. Okay, now I need to find the other area. Again. Well, that's the amount of stuff I'm currently carrying. To which I can't relate. I'd say my main skill is not the ability to carry many heavy things at once. Because my skill in that regard is limited. This place is. Guess I can't reach it. I think it was that cave. Well, I'm glad I checked. I didn't expect it to be a separate thing that I can turn off, but clearly it was. One. Well, technically it was the one on the left, but... Har. Come on. Get over there. Nope. Walk! Why is jumping down so difficult? Whoa. Yes, fall! Fall down. Like... You'll survive! Hopefully. Come on. You can do it. I think the Avatar is afraid of heights now. Finally. Okay. Like, being so eager to climb up, but not jump down. Is the Avatar a cat? Because I think the Avatar would get stuck in a tree. Did get a laser pointer, yes. I guess in a way my mouse is kind of a laser pointer. Let's save again. So, open the ground next to the grave. Am I going to die in a giant flood? Possibly. I think I'm supposed to open it, like, here. So... But it does sound like a really bad idea to, like, create a waterfall right next to where I'm standing. Probably via a giant explosion. But oh well. The Titan asked, so I'm gonna do it. There's one. And Blackmore. Ingredient number 2. Okay. And then... there's my thingy. And I take the bag. Okay. And I guess I actually save now instead, because... yeah, as I was saying, seems like a bad idea to blow up the ground next to a lake in a way that's probably going to create a waterfall. Bad idea to do that while standing very close to that. Yeah, but it did survive. Okay. Guess that worked. The music changed. So I teleport back to the lake. Very misty here now. Is that water? It looks like water. Still gonna be difficult to reach the lake, and there's monsters here now. That's great.
Will your precious earth fall so easily?
Fall as easily as what? The water? In the waterfall? Taunting doesn't really make sense. Like, I didn't fall over. Feels like it would have been a better taunt after I fell off a cliff. Any Titan? Saw something in the water, I think. Nope. Is that a Titan or an evil sea creature? I don't know. I just fell in the water.
I really do appreciate your plight, Avatar.
Wait, who are you? Human? Here? Are you a nice human? No, you're not. Found an evil human. I don't like those. Would have preferred a friendly one. There. Is that where I'm trying to go? Maybe, maybe not. I'll just take the pile of blackmail. I mean, it definitely did something.
I am now free. Thank you, foolish one, for your actions. Consider my gift of your wretched life as payment for your part. Now I will have my vengeance upon your pathetic kind. I will slay the descendant of my jailer. Let us see who can reach Dedham first, groundling.
Okay. I'll just look up the transcript on that, because I didn't catch all of that. I am now free. Thank you, foolish one, for your actions. Consider my gift of your wretched life as payment for your part. Now I will have my vengeance upon your pathetic kind. I will slay the descendant of my jailer. Let us see who can reach Devon first, groundling. I think Devon is the new Tempest. So I guess I'll save right here. And then I just teleport to the roof of the building that Devon's supposed to be in. So, Tenebrae. Should theoretically work, right? Because I don't think the Titan can teleport. Devon? You home? I mean, I think that was Devon. Horrible at names, so not entirely sure. Okay, I don't see him here. Is he near the ocean? It is very foggy. Devon, you around here somewhere? Devon? Has anyone seen Devon? Devon? No? No Devon? So Whoops. Even the game menu is foggy.
Nice to send his best, Avatar.
So, back to Tenebrae. I'll just try and see if I have Devon in my notes. Because I think I should. Devon, yes. Yes, Devon is the one who's now the Tempest. Just wanted to make sure I didn't mix him up with some other Devon. Because, I mean, there could be more than one Devon. I don't know. Or maybe just a similar sounding name. And yeah, now it's foggy here. But it wasn't foggy the entire time. So where is Devon? Reflection. Fancy. Okay, so it stopped raining? But still, where is Devon? I don't see him. Did he go on vacation? Because that's some really bad timing. I was trying to rescue him. I don't know how to rescue him, but I was still trying anyway. But if I don't find him, then how do I rescue him? Do I just start mass manufacturing life preservers and just throw them in the ocean and every lake and river I can find? Just in case Devon is in that one. Oh, wait, he's here. He's just in his room. Hey, Devon. So, the lurker is free. I'd feared as much. When the torrential rains began and the people came to me, I could not stop it. Then I knew something was wrong. At first, I'd hoped you simply found another Tempest, one who was older, yet somehow I felt that that was not the case. Tell me, friend, how did this come to pass? It was my fault, but the Titan asked, and I did it. That does not surprise me. From the day I cut you free of my fishing nets, I knew of the luck that followed you. Whether it is good luck or bad, I did not know. Ouch. Nor, for that matter, am I sure now. Nevertheless, the rains must cease or the land will flood again, as in the days of Callan and the wars with the Zealands. My friend, I believe it is up to you to end this cataclysm. Though I am loath to suggest this, perhaps the sorcerers who dwell across the river of lava. Okay, I'll have to take pictures of this, because this will probably be necessary to know later. Sorcerers who dwell across the river of lava in the catacombs. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. But of course I need to go back into the catacombs. Farewell, friend. Good luck. But at least this time I actually got information. Yes, more catacombs, but I prefer it when they actually tell me. Like, the Titan went, oh, I'll go after Devon. So I go talk to Devon, and Devon goes, oh, talk to the mages in the catacombs. Way better than the, okay, you're done here. You figure out what to do next. Like, it's probably something somewhere in this universe. You go figure out what. I'll just tell you when you found it. Okay, so, something in the catacombs. Don't know where that river of lava is. I mean, I know where the lava is. It's all around. But specifically the river of lava, and I loaded instead of saved. Whoops. Happens.
Nice to send his best,
Yeah.
Avatar.
I really should have saved, but I didn't. So, back to Tenebrae. Maybe this time I can find him a bit faster. Like, maybe he was just in his bedroom the entire time and the door was just unlocked. And I should have just tested if the door was locked or not. Okay, I'll just assume that I was supposed to do this. Like, sure, Devon doesn't approve of me doing it, but... I guess it might help me learn the skills that I need, so... Okay, hello there, lurker's free. It was me who freed the lurker. Catacombs, goodbye. And now I teleport. Why is it raining indoors? Probably fine. Upper catacombs. Are the catacombs gonna get flooded? Feels like that's one of the first places that would flood. Because it's way underground. There, now I'm actually saving instead of loading. It feels like if the entire continent is going to flood, then catacombs would probably go first. I think I actually preferred the ones where the map, like where there was a different map for being outside of a city and inside a city. So, that era of Ultima, where it wasn't all just one big map. Because for me that was a lot easier to navigate. Because you can see a lot further. But I don't know if that would count as a different view. But to me it kinda does. I have not played Zelda 2. But yeah, I'm just struggling with the overworld map just being connected and at the same size. So, yeah. but the Ultimas that have the need to like carry torches, which I think the first couple ones don't when you're outside, but I'm not 100% sure. I think there it was just inside dungeons that you really needed them. But there are some Ultima games where you can basically not see anything at night if you don't have a torch. So I don't really prefer that. I just like being able to like see where I'm going and not have to micromanage how many torches I'm currently carrying. So maybe that's too much to ask. Quite possible. Yeah, I could definitely still use a couple more of those. If I can manage to reach it. Is it just too heavy? It might be. Or I'm carrying too many items. Maybe I'm just carrying too many? I guess. Yeah. It's not allowed. Like... I think I'll just dump that thing. Because I'm not sure if I'll ever use Summon Dead. What about Ultima Underworld? I feel like I missed something. I'm just losing track of the conversation. Oh, fine. So the sound effects in that one being a bit wonky. I haven't played it yet, so I have yet to experience that. But it sounds promising. Yeah, for me, I tend to go with whichever sound effect mode the version of DOSBox is already set up with. I tend not to mess with it. And I don't necessarily go for what I think sounds fanciest. So, I'm a bit weird in that regard, I guess. But sometimes I prefer my games to be a bit more beepy than sounding like they had an entire orchestra. It depends on the game. For some games it just feels a bit out of place. Where was the river of lava? Because I vaguely remember it now. But I have played games that have PC speaker style sound effects. So, been there, done that. I feel like some of the options just, yeah, they just feel a bit too fancy if you compare it to like the graphics of the game. And then it sounds like they've just had an entire orchestra. some cases, it can feel a bit out of place. Okay, that's just back to the normal catacombs. Because I think what I'm looking for was the, like, something of death. Was that not around here? Because I thought it was. Like the pit of death? I think there was lava near that. But maybe the door is in a different spot. Don't see another one at the moment. And I fell. Whoops. Back over here.
Hark, is that the sweet song of lamentation I hear?
Like, if you think of the graphics in the early Ultima games, like, they kind of fit with the beeps, but some of the beeps are just rather unpleasant. So, I think they could have gone with fewer beeps, but the beeps still fit. Like, for example, the healing spell was a very annoying beep. In at least one of the earlier Ultimas. Yeah, like, I think that stuff can sound good, like, even via, like, PC speaker. I mean, it's not gonna sound like an orchestra, but, like, I feel like if you can manage to make something memorable without using an entire orchestra, that's also a valuable skill. Like, similar to being able to get a point across with only very few pixels, versus being able to make an entire super detailed oil painting. They are different skills. Like, obviously being able to compose something for an entire orchestra is a very fancy skill to have. But it won't necessarily sound good to try and translate that to beeps. I always get lost in the catacombs. It's one of the reasons why I'm slightly disappointed that the game decides to have everything depend on the catacombs. Well, you should hear the beep of my dehumidifier. That sure is an unpleasant one. But also the beeps of fire alarms. Like when they need their battery exchanged. But also when they get set off. Definitely ranks as rather unpleasant. Yeah, the one that I remember had a sign somewhere near the entrance. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if part of the issue was EA once again. But yeah, the fact that, oh, everything you just reach through the catacombs gets a bit repetitive. Like, freeing the lurker through the catacombs. Fixing the stuff that you just messed up by freeing the lurker through the catacombs. Learning air magic. Catacombs. Earth magic. Catacombs. Water magic. Catacombs. Everything's catacombs. Probably fire magic as well. It's like they had already finished the catacombs and made them a bit too detailed, and then went, yeah, we don't have time to make anything like that again, so everything's just gonna depend on the catacombs now. Maybe I'll manage. Okay. Where is that place that I vaguely remember? Sounds intriguing. Don't think I've come across that. I just remember, I think that part was specifically Maxis at the time, but of course got bought by EA. But about the first Sims game, how they didn't want to make a game like that because they figured it would only appeal to girls, and of course women and girls would never want to play computer games, so it made no sense to try and appeal to that demographic. Yeah, I did hear that part. Which, yeah, sure. Totally true. Yep. Women would never play computer games. Yes. Well, half of your potential audience. Like, at the time, they were clearly just targeting one demographic, which was, like, teenage boys, basically. They were really just boxing themselves in there. Because, like, how many different, like, versions of, like, loud, shooty, bang bang explosion type game can you come up with? It's like, that is pretty popular among that demographic. But it's not going to be very creative for long. Was it this area? No, that was how I freed the lurker. Yeah, I'm saying, like, that entire genre of games, there's clearly still so much that hasn't been done before. Yeah, definitely. They should totally release a new one every year, because I'm sure they'll come up with something new to make it worth buying an entire new game for that. And to be fair, I haven't played any of the games in the franchise, because they do not appeal to me. So I'm clearly not the target audience. I tend to prefer games with fewer loud sounds. So, yeah. Any games that can be summed up with a war simulator are not for me. Also in terms of content, not just in terms of sound effect. So. But yeah, to me it just seems like something that would get old really quickly. Because there's only so much realism you can try and go for. And then I guess if you had some artificial limitations of the previous games, you can make a new game without that limitation. Like, ooh, now you can equip 2 weapons instead of just 1. You can shoot twice as fast, because 2 hands, 2 weapons. So, yeah. I clearly don't understand that entire genre, so. Is this the river of lava? It doesn't look like a river, more of a lake at most. Yeah, I would also guess that they're mostly PvP, even as someone who tends to avoid the entire genre. There's so many PvP games on the market. I feel like they should try and make more games where you can play, like, a cooperative game style as well as PvP, because that's what I'm the target demographic for. Like, because I'm just not really competitive enough for most PvP games. I mean, I know that that part of the catacombs exists somewhere. But maybe it was in a different section and I'm just misremembering where the entrance was. Technically possible. So... can I travel fast enough to not get eaten by the zombie? I think it worked. Like, for example, shooter games where it's two teams working against each other. It feels like that genre is very saturated now. So I personally don't get the appeal of buying the new one other than, well, because you know other people who have that one already. Thinking it might have been over here somewhere. I mean, I vaguely heard recently that Doom got re-released somewhere and they just kind of took all the community-made mods and made them paid content without giving money to the people who made the mods? Something like that? I vaguely remember hearing about controversy along those lines. Don't know which platform. But I guess it might be console. Great timing. Where was that other part of the catacombs? And why does everything depend on me being able to navigate the catacombs? They're just too chaotic. Somewhere there. Nope, shouldn't stand in front of that. But really, where was it? Because I think that had a river of lava. Or just something that kind of looked like a river. Now I'm not sure anymore if it was lava or water. Because in terms of gameplay, they're pretty similar. It's just a don't touch it. Because you just instantly die. I guess with lava it might not even be instant. Or am I wrong? Just unlocked. Where was that door? I mean, I guess I can climb like out of bounds again. And then navigate that way. That was a bit easier. But it feels a bit exploity to constantly do that. But it does make it easier to navigate. Still haven't played any of the Doom games. But I will. Yes, I haven't played it yet. Like, from what I can tell, at least with the first one, you don't have to play it super fast-paced. So that's one of the reasons why I'm willing to give it a shot. Because I tend to do better with more like a motion sickness from the first game. Yeah, I have tried to look into it a bit, and from what I could tell, you don't have to run around at full speed constantly, which was something I was worried about. That you have to be like extremely precise and fast with your reflexes, and that you're just constantly running, because that was the impression I had of the franchise. That they were just trying to make it as fast-paced as technically possible. And that is something I would definitely struggle with, because not a skill I have. My reaction speed is not up to that. So then it just makes it a very stressful game. Kind of looks like a door, but it's not. I really don't know where that place was. Which does not make it easier. But I definitely remember seeing it. So maybe I'll have to check my previous stream and try and figure out when I came across that place. Because pretty sure I didn't do much there. But I don't know if it's a completely different area that I'm supposed to go to now. So, I don't know. Yeah. Like, for me, with games where you have to be very fast and precise, which a lot of them tend to be PvP type games, yeah, it's just not for me. I play games, like, to have fun, and to me, there, the stress really prevents me from having fun with the game. So, yeah, it just doesn't work for me specifically, but clearly a lot of people like it, just not me. But yeah, that's going to be it for today, because I am very lost, and don't think that's gonna change. So...
Hark, is that the sweet song of lamentation I hear?
I'll be continuing this game, not next week, but the week after that, because I am taking next week off. So the next Ultima stream is going to be on the 23rd, which means that I'll be even more confused, but I did take pictures of the relevant segments of dialogue. So, yeah. I'll at least have those. I'll just need to remember that I have them. Or alternatively, I can also note it down as well. Or at least I can note down to check the pictures. Because that's faster than if I note down, like, all the details. There. Noted it down for my future self. So, I will at least not be quite as lost as if I forgot about that. So, who do we want to raid? I am tempted to raid Bido, who's playing a Tex Murphy game, but it is not the one that I just finished. I think it's one of the much later ones, probably not the remake of the one I just finished either. Tex Murphy Overseer is the game. So I think I'll raid into his channel. I just won't be able to be around for long if I want to avoid spoilers for it, which I do want to play more of the Tex Murphy franchise. So, yeah. But since we just finished the first Tex Murphy yesterday, feels fitting to raid Bido and see how he's doing with that one. Like, I don't know which game it is in the lineup, but it looks like proper FMV based on the screenshot that I can currently see. So, yes, that's going to be that. I am going to be streaming tomorrow. We'll be continuing Black and White, possibly finishing it. But, yeah, as I mentioned, I am taking next week off. So, if you want to see me specifically just continue Ultima, then not next week, but the week after. And it's going to be on Wednesdays, as usual. So, that's that. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye!